What's up, Dad?
UFC career is a pretty successful start to it, right? I mean, how are you feeling right now after your first couple of fights?
Yeah, I'm feeling great, man. Yeah, that's the way, how to start things, man. Yeah, couldn't be a better way.
Nice. I mean, did it surprise even you, or did you expect, like, this is the way it's going to go for me?
No, I expect, because I put some hard work in the gym every day, man. It's 11 years, to get to the UFC. So, yeah, was nothing surprising.
Was there ever a time you thought, like, it's not going to happen for me, I'm not going to make it to the UFC?
Oh, yeah, times, you start to think a lot of things, and yeah, but you have to, maintain cool and have patience, and yeah, things will happen, man.
If you could write your career over, do you like the way that you did to have to pay your dues and earn, or do you wish you would have gotten in the UFC when you were like 4-0 or 5-0?
No, I think that everything happened the right time, because sometimes if I did get in the UFC earlier, sometime, I may not be so successful. So, it's called for experience, and so, yeah.
You got your brown belt too. What's more important, the brown belt or the 2 UFC wins?
Oh, the 2 UFC win, man. Because the belt, man, is the hard work you put in the gym, just to recognize,
Nice. So are you famous now in Guyana? Is it a big deal?
Yeah, man, I'm famous there, man, and they started MMA there in Guyana too because of me. And this year, I feel. Last Monday went to the IMF amateur, but I know the result didn't, went the way that they expected, but at least they start, MMA.
So really, they're just starting MMA now, and it basically because of you?
Yeah, they start MMA because, yeah, I'm the only fighter from Guyana, so, a lot of kids, they look up to me, man, and it could be a life-changing, for them too.
Is that important for you to kind of be a role model and maybe be an example to people like that?
Oh yeah, I like inspire kids, man. I believe they could look up to my footstep and do the same, and dream about a bright future.
Very cool. All right, let's talk about this fight. They give you the undefeated Shavkat Rakhmonov, the prospect. What did you think when this was the name? Did you know who he was, and were you surprised this was the matchup?
Man, I know this guy. Yeah, he's dangerous. He have a lot of hype on him. Yeah, complete fighter. But man, when I step into MMA, man, I don't choose opponent. Any opponent, I would, just sign the contract, and I would, step up to face.
You talk about your experience. I mean, does he do anything, that's the best you've ever seen, or it's different than you've ever seen, or have you seen everything at this point?
Yeah, I see everything at this point. I see a lot of things, and I went through a lot too, in some difficult situation in the cage. So yeah, man, I'm a survivor in this game.
Awesome. You already have the 2 wins, but does this feel like a big one? I mean, if you beat the undefeated guy, does that make you somebody at that point?
Yeah, for sure, man. This is big. I feel this is bigger because remember this guy, he have a lot of hype behind him. So, I mean, if you take away that 0, it would be handsome, man.
Nice. Last thing for me, what kind of fight do you think we see? Is this going to be, a back and forth battle, or are you going to be able to get another first round finish? What do we do?
Well, I take the chance as I see it, man. I go for the chance, man. But it would be a tough one, man. I think it would be like a slug war, man.
Carlton, posso fazer em português aqui?
Pode.
Maravilha. Carlton, seu adversário, um cara duro, um cara invicto, onde você acha que você consegue trazer essa vitória?
Cara, é um cara duro, mas a gente nunca vê como ele se comporta, quando entra um soco, entendeu? Bem dado nele, entendeu? Nunca vê ele, entendeu? Em baixa pressão e tal, mas surpresa acontece lá dentro surpresa acontece e a gente estamos aí para fazer história aí, novamente.
Todo mundo tem uma estratégia até entrar o primeiro soco.
É igual o Mike Tyson.
Exatamente. Essa terceira luta sua em menos de um ano, em maio vai fazer um ano, é esse tipo de frequência que você quer, fazer 3, 4 lutas por ano? É isso que seus fãs podem ficar acostumados?
Então, eu quero fazer a máxima luta possível. Lógico que eu tenho que estar bem fisicamente, entendeu? Eu tenho que estar bem para poder lutar, mas se eu puder lutar 3, 4 vezes, é bom para mim, né? Porque também eu já estou com idade também, se eu conseguir lutar muito agora, é de boa.
Show. No Brasil, a gente sabe, através do Marcos Cromado, da sua equipe, a gente sabe da sua história também. O quanto que entrar no UFC mudou a sua vida, não só de reconhecimento, mas até financeiramente falando.
Mudou muito, porque eu estou conseguindo treinar mais, eu estou conseguindo descansar mais, porque antes eu tive que fazer segurança, virava à noite para poder treinar. Agora não, agora eu só dou aula e treino. E eu consegui descansar pelo menos 6 horas por noite. E coisa que era rara acontece.
Isso reflete no seu desempenho?
Hã?
Isso reflete no seu desempenho na luta?
Sim, eu me senti melhor nos treinos, nas lutas também. Descanso é importante, né?
Show de bola. Para finalizar, então, os fãs que vão ver a sua apresentação nesse fim de semana, os fãs brasileiros, você vai entrar representando também o Brasil? Você conta com o apoio da torcida brasileira?
Lógico, eu conto com a torcida de Brasília. Lá é onde tudo começou, entendeu? Lá abri as portas para mim, então a galera sempre tá mandando aquele energia positiva e eu conto com a torcida brasileira, né?
Se puder, então, mandar um recado para os fãs, vão ver esse vídeo no Brasil, por favor.
Falei, rapaziada do Brasil, ó, não perca sábado, entendeu? Vai ser faísca, vai sair faísca no octógono, valeu? Conta com a torcida de touro, não perca. Segura no teu poltrona. Yeah? All right, have a nice
Obviously victorious in your debut. Obviously didn't come easy either, but what did you think about your performance overall?
I was happy with it. It was a short notice fight and a complete opponent change and a style change. So it was a good opportunity to showcase my skill set and whatnot. He's a good fighter too. I have a lot of respect for him. He beat one of my training partners actually back home. So yeah, I was excited. It was good.
So what lessons do you take out of that, right? Like all the changes, everything that's crazy. I mean, you didn't really get to prep for it. So, I mean, what lessons do you take out of that?
I think it showed a lot more about myself in the sense of like anyone, anytime, anywhere, like the real mentality of that. And it wasn't like a slouch, it was a real fighter. I think that the biggest lesson was probably that, just being able to fight anyone.
What's been the big focus for you in the 5 months since? I mean, were there anything that you feel like, oh, we got to switch this up, or we realize now we're at this level? What's the focus been?
I think that was 5 months ago, huh? That's crazy. Yeah, just trying to improve on everything that I felt like was weaker or weakest in my game. So a lot of like boxing, sparring, and whatnot. Just always running, always just trying to stay in shape and do the best I can do.
So you're back now. Co-main event. I mean, second fight. I mean,
crazy.
I was gonna say, is that even for you like a little bit? This is nuts.
Yeah, no, that's surreal. I was like, damn, I don't even know it was on the main card, let alone the co-main event. But I mean, it's everything we trained for, Being with Nate and Nick a lot kind of prepared me to be in a situation like this. So I'm excited for it. I feel really well prepared, and I don't really have like these crazy nerves. I'm just more excited and thankful for the opportunity. That's the big thing.
Talk about Puna as an opponent. I mean, what do you see in him? What do you feel about him as an opponent?
He reminded me a little bit of like when I was supposed to fight Carl. He's pretty dangerous. He has a lot of knockouts. That is what I think gets you up and going and ready to fight more and more than just some regular fighter. He's a real guy. He's dangerous. He's good everywhere. I think it'll be a great fight.
You said no nerves, but does this feel like a big moment? I mean, stay undefeated, win in a co-main event. I mean, does this feel like an opportunity to kind of skyrocket?
Yeah, I don't even think about it like winning or losing. I'm like, if I could just put on a great performance and make everyone proud and all of that, I think that's the biggest thing. Winners don't focus on winning all the time. They focus on being the best of themselves and what they can do and being their best on for me, Saturday night. So that's kind of what I focus on. It's just more, I'm grateful to be here. All my buddies back home are all, doing the same thing. And, you get caught in a little trap, so it's cool to, like, kind of break away from that and kind of, do my thing and showcase everything.
That's awesome. Last thing I ask, what kind of fight do you think we see? Like, if your last fight was the only fight anybody had ever seen of you, what do we see different this time? Is it going to be a battle? Do you think you can, get a finish and press early? I mean, what kind of fight do we see?
The goal is always to try to get a finish. I think it'll be more of an expansion of what I do this fight. It'll have to be. I can't. You can't just be one-dimensional in this high of a level. I think people are going to be surprised, and I'm going to show a lot of people what I'm capable of.
Is there any part of you that was kind of? We're seeing more and more fighters say, like, "Oh, I want to take my time going up the rankings, get better and better." Is there any part of you that, like, man, I appreciate the co-main event, but I'd rather not have it now. I could have had it in a couple of fights. Or is there any part of you that feels like that?
Are you saying, like, is there any, like, should I take a step slower?
Yeah, like, just let me take my time. Let me go.
I don't like. That's a mentality for like certain people, but for me, it's like I'm here to fight the best and try to be the best. It's a very harder way to getting to the top, but I think it'll help in the long run of scheme, of things when it's like I'm 30, 31 years old, still fighting the best champion, doing the whole thing. I don't want to get like sugar-coated or have anything be easy right now.
So then on the flip side of that, do you want to win Saturday and turn around to Dan and be like, I'm co-main event every time going forward?
Oh, yeah, that's always the goal from here on out. Try to get bigger and better steps, but, we'll just take it one step at a time.
All right, next fighter to the scale is his opponent.
honestly. Why don't you want to go hang out? Want to ride bicycles together? The Han, he's actually a cool guy. He's a cool guy. I'm gonna spar him. What the fuck is me? I'm not that bad looking guys.
Well, Sean, what's life like these days, man? I feel like you're the UFC's newest superstar, man. You're getting all kinds of attention.
I don't know, man. I just sure, I got the microphone. Got the microphone. I don't know. Life's good, man. Life's fucking good, dude. Fucking, I sit at home. I spar. Like, I'm not broke. That's fucking nice. I don't know how much you guys make, but not being broke sucks, dude. It's really great, Yeah, it's fucking nice, man. I mean, you guys probably a little broke. You guys are fucking in the media,
We all got into this.
Unless your name's fucking Weinstein, bro. I mean, like media that kind of struggles a little bit.
So listen, it's funny because I feel like you kind of avoided the attention for a long time. Like you didn't really enjoy it, but it seems like you're kind of embracing it now. Has something changed, and you're like, it's not so bad.
No, you know what it is. Like I'm getting to a point where I could say shit and not get cut from the UFC. So before it's like, oh man, I wasn't good. Like I couldn't say shit because Dana White would be like, hey, go fuck that white trash motherfucker, get him out of here. But now, since I'm getting a little bit more like, fan base, people want to watch me fight, I can say a lot more offensive shit, so it's nice.
So were you actually conscious about it growing up? Like, dude, if I open my mouth, people are not going to like what I have to say.
Fuck yeah, man. Every coach or manager I ever had, like, Sean, shut up. They're not going to sign you. Like, shut up. They don't want that. They want an image. And then, like, now I'm just going to be the white trash motherfucker that I am. It's nice.
Is that nice? Because, the old reputation was you were the asshole that nobody wanted to train with because you would fight. Now you're the white trash guy. Is that like a better reputation now?
I mean, I'm still no one wants to train with me, but, I say I'm not white trash. Just because I grew up without fucking bathroom doors, Like, I grew up in, like, a middle-class household, we just have doors, but we weren't white trash. I mean, we were like, like the neighborhood, there's always that one white trash fucking house everybody avoids. Like, there's always cop cars in the front, windows fucking broken. Like, that was us, but I wasn't necessarily poor.
Have you gotten any homemaking tips since you debuted your episode of Cribs? Have you gotten any decorating advice, maybe? Or
Here's the thing, man. Here's the thing, dude, about fucking decorations and clothes and cars. Guys only fucking do it to get laid. Dave Chappelle has a great skit, dude. He talks about if a guy could fuck a chick in a cardboard box, he would fucking do it. The only reason why any of you fucking people wake up and you have your gay little fucking European haircut or Australian haircut, it's for fucking women, dude. If that wasn't the case, you wouldn't have a couch, you wouldn't have a fucking bed. You'd be sleeping on a fucking mattress in a fucking cave somewhere. So, like, listen, you guys are all just a bunch of manipulated, chasing the pussy too much. Calm down. Yeah, sorry. That's my kind of girl right there. I like that.
All right, so listen, main event again. I mean, are you learning anything from these, lessons or opportunities? I mean, is it a comfortable spot? What do you think?
I don't know, dude. Like, I obviously think that I'm a fucking prostitute for the UFC. So it's like, I like that they give me money, but like, I'm not going to sit here and wear a suit and think I'm anything other than just a dog fighter. I mean, at the end of the day, we locked in the cage, we punch each other in the face, we try to kill each other, we make somebody millions, and we get paid fractions of that. Which I'm not hating. I love my job. I love what I get paid. But come on now. We're not doing anything special. You guys watch us. We're like a fucking circus. We're like pornography. It's something you like, you want to fucking, you want to jerk off to, but you don't necessarily want to do.
I have not done that to a fight. I appreciate it. Listen, Jack Hermansson is an opponent. I mean, what do you make of him as a fighter?
Oh, man. He said he's going to finish me in one round on his knees. I was like, oh, shit. It's scary. What, do you guys know he's going to finish me? What do you guys tell you?
We haven't seen him yet. He's later today.
No, Jack is a good guy. What do they call him, the Joker? How does that even happen? Why is he called the Joker?
Because he smiles a lot.
Oh, that's fucking gay. I thought he was more of like, I want to fucking burn down the world Joker. At the moment, when he first actually did, I was like, dude, me and this guy, we might have some shit in common. We might be a fellow fucking, like, destructive maniac. And then once I got to know him, like, he's a really nice, happy guy. Fuck this guy. You're not my friend.
You win here. I mean, like you said, you're on this rise, man. You win here. We're talking about the elite of the division is all that's left to face, right? I mean, are you looking at any of those names? Is it, Costa, Vittori? I mean, what are you looking at?
I mean, ideally Brunson beats Cannonier, and maybe I could, like, if I do an impressive performance, I can, dump and dodge and get a title shot. That'd be the perfect world. But at the end of the day, man, I'm just here to fight, make some money. But yeah, if I get a title shot, fuck yeah, let's go. I'll make fun of Stylebender's fucking titty all day long.
Will that mean something to you, a title, or is it just about the money that comes along with that?
I mean, it's one of those weird things, dude. Like, fucking, if they want to fight for fucking ribbon and 10, give them ribbon and fucking 10. Like, Yeah, like it'd be cool to do, but at the end of the day, man, like it's fake. It's fucking fake, man. It's fake.
Do you get to a point, so like you got to a point where you say, I can say what I want. When you're a champion, do you feel like you can say what you want, or do you have to be careful because now you're representing the brand?
No, it's even better now because when you're a champion, I could go full like Conor McGregor. I could go fucking hit a old guy in a bar, try to fucking assault Khabib's manager, Ali. You know, it's fucking even better, dude.
That's great. Last thing for me, I mean, you said it, impressive performance. Maybe you get a title shot. So, I mean, do you feel like you got to go in there and do something spectacular, or is it just make sure you pick up the win?
You know, man, I say that, but it's all on me. Like, I want to go in there and have a fucking war. I want to have a fucking bloodbath, dude. Like, you know, like, oh, man, I want to fucking, kill or be killed. Like, there's nothing worse than leaving a fight thinking that you fought like a fucking pussy, you know? I'd rather fucking lose a fight on my back than go in there and be like, oh, I fought like a pussy and I won, you know?
Hey, man. Why did the UFC not want to change your name from Tarzan to something else?
Dude, I don't know. I always ask him. Maybe I never went through the official channels. I'm usually just like, hey, random number that texts me with a UFC tag. Like, change my fucking name. Like, dude, like, I'm a fucking savage, man. Like, I'm a fucking, like I'm a pillager. Like, you know, like, I will cross any moral lines. Like, I don't even think morality exists in my brain. So why the fuck am I named after a Disney character? I was younger, had long hair, and everyone's like, oh, well, like you, he's wild, he has long hair, Tarzan. It was fucking gay. I probably thought it'd get me laid when I was a dumb kid, and I'd, like, tell women that I'm emotional. I watch fucking Disney movies, suck my dick.
Going on to this women thing that you've got going on today, in your tour of your house, you said that the bedroom was where no magic happens.
Oh, yeah, no.
Do you think that has anything to do with the fact that to flush your toilet, you have to physically shove your hand into it?
In all fairness, guys, I called maintenance. We're going to get that shit handled. We're going to get that shit handled, bro. We're going to get that shit handled. But hey, you know what, man? If a girl can't handle a white trash me, why do they get to handle a rich me? You know, I should go buy a fucking Mercedes. You know, I should go buy a fucking BMW and a nice house. That'll be nice. Thanks for the pointers, man. I'll get a gay haircut like you.
Okay, please.
Somebody show this guy his fucking haircut. When you post this fucking interview, dude, show your gay fucking haircut with it.
Listen, I put a lot of work in for this.
By the way, dude, when I make fun of gays, dude, I love gay men, dude. Gay men are awesome. Lesbians, not so much. Lesbians hate me. Lesbians look at me like the guy that hurt them. I'm not the guy. I'm not your father. But gay men look at me like they want to fuck me, and I respect that. You know, they compliment me. They slide in my DM. I get some dick pics every now and then. I respect that shit. So I'm not homophobic.
Sean Strickland loves gay men.
I love bi women too. So it's like, you know, it's one of those things where I'm not full lesbian, but kind of.
Did Jack Hermansson see you after sparring the other day?
Oh, fuck yeah. I walked in the gym. So I sparred Tuesday, and it was like a hard session. You know, I'm having all these like fresh, mean Russians like fucking tag team me. Like I'm in a fucking casting call, you know? So anyways, I walk in the gym, and I'm all hunched over, fucking sore. And he's like all upright, like fucking, you know, all Swedish, good looking guy. Yeah, so that wasn't my fucking proudest moment.
Cool. Why does Kevin Holland not like you?
Oh, Kevin Holland. He's Kevin Holland. I think I told him I could rape him in prison one day and it bothered him. But I'm just saying the facts, dude. I'm just saying the fucking facts, man. If me and you were in a jail cell together and I wanted to, like, I could take that ass. No, he started like talking shit to me on Instagram, and I think I one-upped him by saying that, which I don't think it's a one-up. I'm telling you some really fucked up things. So anyways, I see him at the PI the other day, and like, he's like popped out his fucking chest, like, or like, come on, like trying to fight me. And I'm like, Kevin Holland, bro, you have my Instagram, dude. Like, we can't fight here. Edgar, my boy Edgar, the fucking, the UFC guy with the abs, he's going to break this shit up. We can't fight here. You got to fucking call me. We'll go to this fucking parking lot and we'll do the fucking man dance. The thing about Kevin Holland, you know, he doesn't know how to embrace his feelings. He doesn't know how to feel. He's scared of his feelings. So like Kevin Holland's one of those guys where he sees me, he's scared of me. And it's fair. He's a very tall, scary black man. A part of him scares me. But I could look at him and say, Kevin Holland, you scare me. I'm okay with that. I allow myself to feel. I'm not scared of feelings, but I will still take you out in the fucking parking lot and fight you to the fucking death. And Kevin Holland, he's just not that way, because I was like, Kevin, listen, man, I don't need money. You just walk out these fucking doors. Let's go. And he was like, fuck that, I'm right here. I'm like, he's just being a pussy. He's just scared to feel. Kevin Holland, you call me, dude. We could talk about your feelings. I got you. Don't be scared.
Cool. Last one from me. In the video of you showing your house around, there's a bit where you just picked up various guns. Do you feel like one day that video will be used as an advertisement for gun control?
You know, man, if I ever killed somebody, like realistically, I would hate to use a gun. Like, honestly, how impersonal is that to shoot someone? Like, that's not even real. Like ideally, when I fantasize about killing somebody, I think No, I mean, you tell me you never fantasized about killing. You never laid in bed at night and said, "What if some
Guy called my haircut gay once. That made
But I see you guys. You've never laid in bed. You've never wanted to kill one person in your life, ever. Don't fucking lie to me, you fucking liars. Every human being on this fucking planet has thought some boss or somebody that fucked their girlfriend, they've sat in bed and like, I would like to kill this motherfucker. It's all normal. You guys are no better than me, especially maybe you with your gay fucking haircut. But...
disappearing as well. I've got a receding hair.
Yeah, that's all right, dude. Me too, man. Fuck it, dude. Hair's for fucking little boys, dude. You got hair on your balls. That's all that matters. Maybe. No, but anyways, we've all fantasized about it. If every single one of us would enjoy killing somebody, if I ever get the opportunity to in a legal way, I would like it to be very personal. I'd like it to be in my hands.
Thanks, Sean.
sticker for you guys for those events. You just won't. You see somebody be like, they don't have a sticker. They're not. You're not part of the crew. Yeah, fuck you. You can't do it. So at least for you guys, like, there's just been times where people RSVPing no stuff or vice versa, and so I don't want to push people back any farther if because they don't tell and other people RSVPing weird stuff. But you guys will
Hang on, we had one guy walk out, so we're gonna start his camera for him real quick.
You said what?
We had one guy walk out. He had to go.
Oh,
So we're gonna. No, you're good. You're good. No, stay. We're just gonna start his camera. We're starting his camera for him. Good. So, I mean, to us, like a lot of us are saying, it's like the real tough finale or whatever.
Yeah.
Is this the real tough finale, or I mean, hey, the hardware is already done, you know?
Hey, it's whatever the people call it. You know what I'm saying? It's, like I said, I've been telling people all week the anticipation for this fight for, someone. Neither one of us have a ton of professional experience, so the anticipation is crazy. You know what I'm saying? I feel like this is the real main event. That's what I've been saying on social media all week. So if people want to call it the real tough finale, if that's what the perception is going to be, then whatever. I still got the trophy and I still got the contract. So whatever people want to stamp on it to make it saucier, go for it.
I like it. With that said, are you happy that it got booked? I mean, is there some part of you that kind of wants to get this finality to it, or to fight the guy you were supposed to fight?
In all honesty, it was something where after the fight fell off the first time, I was like, yeah, rebook it. You know what I'm saying? But I wanted to fight a little bit earlier, and then he had his injury and whatever, and I was kind of got over it after a couple weeks. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's kind of weird to like stay focused on someone if there's really no upside or no benefit. You know what I mean? But as soon as they announced that the fight was happening again, that the fight was gonna get rebooked, it was cool, man. I mean, anytime you get to fight inside of the octagon, it's cool. You know what I mean? So, fighting Trey, and it's one of those things where it's supposed to have been happened like several times. Hopefully nothing happens, knock on wood, between now and Saturday. Me and him, we get to go into the octagon and, give the people what they want.
Nice. Do you feel like you have any advantage because, I mean, you guys, the experience that you got, I mean, I know you guys both have the experience, right? But I guess you got the real one. And
yeah.
Does that help you all, knowing that you've done that?
Well, like I say this a lot, even when I was on the show, like I didn't have the same nerves that other people had because I always felt like I should be here. So it's like, it feels like home to me. So if we had fought back in August for the finale when we were supposed to, I still felt like I would have been more comfortable there. I mean, I do have more fights, more amateur fights and more pro fights in a shorter amount of time, you know what I mean? With that being said, I mean, it's undeniable, you know what I'm saying? Fighting inside that octagon with actual people in the audience and, the lights and I don't know if Bruce Buffalo will be there for this one, but, it's different. It's definitely a little bit different from Tough. It's going to be something he's going to have to adjust to, but, he trains with good people. They're going to have him ready to go. You know what I'm saying? I don't think he's going to get in there and, lay an egg. I think Tresean's going to get there. The lights are going to shine on him, and the best version of Tresean's going to be in there Saturday night.
Nice. What do you think about him as an opponent? I mean, are there certain skills that he has that you're most concerned about, or how do you think the styles match up?
Man, listen, he's a very skilled guy. That's the only way you can get into the UFC at 3-0. You know what I'm saying? He's a very good fighter. And there's a lot of things that I have to watch out for. You know what I'm saying? There's several things. You know what I'm saying? He's fast. He's explosive. You know what I'm saying? There's not a whole lot of telegraphs to his kicks, not a whole lot of telegraphs to his punches. He's accurate. You know what I'm saying? He's a tough customer, man. I mean, there's a reason why people are excited about this dude. With that being said, I have had, like you said, I was preparing for Trey all the way up to the finale, and then what was it, like 10 days before the finale, they announced that Gilbert was fighting. And then since then, like, I've been training. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm less worried about Trey, what he's going to do. And I'm more worried about how well I'm going to execute. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm thinking about for this fight. I'm thinking about just staying technically sound, keeping my hands where they're supposed to be. You know what I'm saying? Not telegraphing shots, setting up shots. You know what I'm saying? If I want to grapple, do everything properly. Don't leave anything for him to take. You know what I mean? I'm not thinking about him as much. You know what I'm saying? I know if I go in there and I have my best performance, there's not a lot that he's going to be able to do with that.
All right, so last thing for me, I guess the goal here, I mean, obviously you want to win, but is it like prove to everybody or make some kind of a statement? You know what I mean? Is any of that in your mind, or is this just getting the win?
Every fight is making a statement. You know what I'm saying? Absolutely every fight. And yeah, no, I fully intend on trying to make a statement. You know what I'm saying? People still think, you know, I'm not doing anything. You know, people still think I don't belong here. And, you know, it's not something that keeps me awake at night, but it's something that makes me smile sometimes. And I think about how I get to prove everybody wrong. You know what I'm saying? That's like this fight, I feel like it's a lot of perception versus reality. You know what I'm saying? Like Trey, if you just have the eye test, he's a much scarier person than me. You know what I'm saying? His fighting style is scarier. You know what I'm saying? The people talk about the way he looks is scarier. You know what I'm saying? Like, I come in Pooh Bear, Mr. Dad Bod. You know, I'm not the most imposing person in the world. But, you know, it's not going to matter when I impose my will on you. You know what I'm saying? And so, yeah, man, just, you know, exposing people's perspective on fighting, you know what I'm saying, what they think to be true versus what is actually true. You know what I'm saying? All right, thank you.
What's up, guys?
What's going on? I guess the last one, man, was it a big one for you? I mean, the time away and the missed fights. I mean, was that result a big one for you?
It was a big one to get back in there, but to be quite honest, that was probably one of my easiest fights, especially in the UFC. It was one that I expected to win, and if I wouldn't have won that one, I would have had to reevaluate where I'm going with this whole thing. The kid was a highly touted prospect. He was undefeated when he got to the UFC, and you see that with a lot of these guys. They're, they lay under the radar, and then they get to the UFC. They're worth a big buck, but once they get exposed, they kind of got to be protected, or they're not going to last long. And I'm not going that route. I'm here to stay. I went the hard route my whole career. Did it on the local level, did it on the LFA level, became a world champ, and then now I'm here to do it in the UFC.
Super confident in that fight, but I wonder, like, during the time away when you're having to withdraw from fights and you're not getting to compete, I mean, was that a difficult time for you at all to think, like, what's going on here?
Yeah, no doubt. I knew I would get back to fighting. I knew I would get back in there, but it was a time to really, get healthy. I had not been healthy pretty much my whole career. People don't know that because I'm not going into a fight saying, hey, I've been fighting through this injury for years. But it was like, at first I had to get to the UFC. That was like, fight through it, get to the UFC. And then in the UFC, I get to get to the point where I'm going to stick around in the UFC. And then, after that knockout in Mexico, it was a good time to sit back, get my injuries fixed. And that ended up being a lot more lengthy of a process than I had anticipated. I thought it was going to be a quick scope, 6-8 weeks, I was going to be good. But then they did the whole ligament repair, and so that set me on the sideline, and I really just had to reevaluate, my priorities, and one, focus on getting healthy, and two, focus on building the amateur program at Fortis MMA. I put a lot of time and effort into these guys. They got a lot of potential. We have the best student base. The people that come into the facility are just incredible, and they know that they're amongst great athletes, and they want to be on that level. So, I got these students, they're constantly coming to me after class asking me, what can I do better? So that makes me have to focus on being a better coach as well. I have to be more in tune with my students, my classes, and taking them to fights, traveling. It's a lot, and I'm a father. I get my son on weekends, so I got to juggle that as well. If I'm traveling, I have to give him the time that he deserves. So, just juggling all that was quite enough to keep my hands full while I was rehabbing and getting back into it. But now I'm juggling all that and fighting, and I feel like it's made me a better fighter and person in general. I feel like, I just from helping these guys, one, I got to go back to the basics constantly. So it's ingraining the basics in my mind. Two, I got to practice what I preach. And three, just giving back. Giving back is part of martial arts, and it makes me a more complete mixed martial artist.
That's also, it may be kind of cliched or whatever, but I mean, do you feel like this is kind of a new chapter for you? I mean, obviously you've been doing this for a long time, your experience, but now that you're finally healthy, you've had this time to kind of reevaluate everything. Does this feel like kind of a new chapter for you? Yeah,
definitely. This is, the starting of a new era in my career. I feel like I'm finally coming into my own, in life, physically. I'm peaking in all areas. I'm just enjoying life and enjoying, doing what I do. I'm living a dream, man. Like, it doesn't get much better than this. I just got to, one, focus on, getting the job done again and again, being consistent, and enjoying it while I'm here.
Nice. What do you make of Julian as an opponent, right? A guy, he's had some ups and downs through his career, but he's kind of having some positive results as of late. What do you make of him as an opponent?
Julian's a tough guy, man. He's had a long career, a lot of wins, a lot of good wins. He's been in and out of the UFC. I think he's, as far as like a person, I think he's kind of a douche. He was calling me out, kind of getting in my DMs, kind of just like poking, and it was like, we're adults here. When he brought me up in the press fight in the post-fight conference, that was time. I mean, okay, that's the time to do it. And you know, he asked for this, and I'm not the dude, man.
So the goal here obviously is victory, but is it to make a statement? Is it to settle a score? Is it to prove something to the world? Is it to prove something to Julian that he shouldn't have poked the bear?
No, man,
What's the goal
this is to further my career. He wanted to pull me out of my game and get me emotional and all that. And nah, man, where I'm from, you talk shit, you get hit. There's no red lights about it. It's on. So if he would have said that to my face, it would have been a whole nother ball game. But he's all running his mouth online, trying to hype this fight up. So I'm here. Let's go.
Last thing for me, what kind of fight do you think we see? I mean, is this something where you can go out and do something spectacular and quick, or do you feel like you're going to have to grind out a tough fight with a tough dude? What kind of fight do you think we see?
Honestly, I feel like it could go either way. I'm all for doing something spectacular. I've done it before. I could do it again. It's all about just going in there, enjoying the moment, living in the moment, and just kind of flowing. Because when stuff like that happens, it's like you're not even thinking. You're just thinking kill. You're just thinking about the objective. I got to take this guy out. And when I'm in that moment, really cool things happen. If I get ahead of myself and I start thinking, okay, I need a finish, or I need a I need to win. No, you just got to be in there. It's a fight, man. You just got to be in the moment and react, and that's when good things happen. Thanks, gentlemen.
Jack, back in Vegas, are you getting used to fighting in Las Vegas? Is it enjoyable for you at all?
Yeah, I think so. It's nice to get here, and you know, you have the PI close by, great training facilities. So I'm happy to be here in Vegas.
I was kind of curious if maybe you didn't talk to him, be like, hey, can we push for like a month? I could fight in London to be a little easier.
Yeah, right. And especially without a crowd again, you know, it's not the preferred situation, but you know, I'm here and ready to do the job.
Very nice. Main event again as well. I mean, do you enjoy it? Do you enjoy being the headliner and the added responsibilities and all that comes with it?
Absolutely. I'm super happy to be in this position. I think, you know, you're privileged as a fighter to be headlining a card, and it means that the UFC are appreciating you and see you as one of their main fighters.
You don't strike me as a guy that loves to like talk trash or try to sell fights. I mean, does that part of it, do you feel like, oh, but, you know, they expect me to do something like that?
No, you know, I think my skills speaks for themselves, and it's nice with diversity and different personalities, so not everybody has to be the bad guy.
Very nice. I guess Sean Strickland doesn't mind being the bad guy, right? What do you make of him as a character? I mean, are you entertained by him? Are you put off by him? Like, what do you think about him?
No, I'm mostly entertained by it. You never know what you get with him, and you know, our relationship are friendly, but at the same time, you know, he's a loose cannon. You never know what gonna jump out of his mouth.
Yeah, exactly. Do you think he'll try to, like, you know, the face off, and, you know, do you think he'll try to get to you a little bit, play a little mind games?
I don't think so during the face off, but during the fights, definitely.
Very nice. All right, so we know about him as a person. What do you make of his skills? Because he's on a nice run and kind of coming to the top of the division.
Yeah, you know, he's a guy who has a great record, and in middleweight, he's undefeated. He looks great, great win streak. So you got to give it to him. He's a guy that always comes forward, full pressure, and most people seem to have trouble to handle that.
Yeah. How about yourself? I mean, what do you feel about your career as of late? You had a couple setbacks, but again, I mean, we're talking about the best of the best. So, I mean, where do you feel that you're at in your career right now?
I feel I am at my peak right now, and I'm just getting better. And as you mentioned, it has been a few up and downs, but the margins for error are so small in this sport, and I just need to put everything together. And when I do that, I know that I can become the best.
Are you thinking at all about like where this puts you? I mean, you know, there's kind of the you know, the top of the division's fighting next month. It seems like there'll be some big fights available. Are you thinking about what comes next at all?
Yeah, all the time, all the time. I'm always trying to find my way up there, you know, and yeah, you have a couple of guys that are fighting, and it's gonna be interesting to see how it goes. But I feel I'm, you know, with a great win here, I'm putting myself next in line.
Yeah. Do you think you can be number one contender after this, basically, or even a title shot? I mean, where do you feel?
Yeah, if I do a good enough performance, you know, and then it depends on the other contenders, Bronze and Cannonier. How will they perform? Are they going to do an exciting fight or not? You know, we had a lot of rematches lately. Vittoria against Adesanya, now Whittaker against Adesanya. Do we want to see Bronson against Adesanya? I'm not sure, you know. I think people want to see Jack Hermansson and Adesanya.
I like it. You know, you talked about him talking during the fight and stuff. Is that a good thing for you or a bad thing? I mean, do you have to make sure you keep yourself calm, or do you kind of like being fired up a little bit so you can teach him a lesson?
You know, I think it can be annoying, but I ask my sparring partners to do the same, just be prepared for it, and I'm visualizing it, so I'm ready for whatever is coming out of his mouth or whatever techniques he's throwing at me.
Nice. Do the sparring partners enjoy talking shit to you, basically?
Yeah, I think so.
Nice. Last thing for me, you said it, man. You do something impressive here. You know, now your name gets in there. So do you go in the cage thinking, like, let's do something impressive? Do you push more to do something spectacular?
You know, you're always trying to do your best, but I visualize it. It's in my mind. I don't want to do a tough, long, grueling fight against Sean Strickland. You know, I want to have a perfect performance. So precision, perfection, early, nice, clean victory, dominance. That's what I'm looking for.
Jack, Sean said that you actually happened to see him last night after he'd finished sparring, and that he felt he didn't look very threatening. Did you see him, and did you think he looked threatening?
He didn't look threatening, but I know what skills he possesses and what he's going to bring. And I'm sure I'm not very threatening as well.
Is he one of those guys where you kind of almost have to accept the fact that he might stick around because he's tough and durable, so you can't think, well, I'll go in there, get rid of this guy. You have to sort of mentally prepare for maybe 3-4 rounds.
Yeah, definitely. You always have to be ready, and he is extremely durable, hard to finish. I think he only was finished once. So he's not an easy guy to get out of there. But at the same time, I think that that motivates me to be able to do that that nobody else is able to do. So yeah.
What was the most upsetting or insulting thing a training partner said to you during sparring?
I don't know, man. I think I just let it pass by, you know, and focus on the test, and that's what I'm looking forward to do on Saturday night as well.
You didn't hear something and you think, I'll hold that against them forever, and next time you sparred them, you're like, right, I remember you said that.
No, but I managed to shut them up.
Congrats.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much, guys.
Poona, I mean, obviously nobody, well, I shouldn't say nobody, but most people don't stay undefeated. But processing first loss, I mean, what was the process like for you?
Yeah, I remember immediately just went back to the hotel, cried a little, and yeah, it was a bummer. And I remember getting out the shower, being sad, and I was like, well, I'm done being sad. I'm gonna be normal again. So I just made that decision. And then after I made that decision, I started to see like the good things that came out of it, like just the good in my performance, what I can build off of that, and just things that made me happy.
That's awesome. So did you go back and like just watch it once and I'm done with it, or is it you like watch it over and over and over, just critiquing yourself, or is it just like put it behind?
Yeah, I tend to watch a lot of my fights over and over, so I just kind of watched it as much as I wanted to. And yeah, the more I watched it, the more I actually felt better about it. I thought I did really well. Just fell short, that's it.
Yeah. So despite coming off a loss, here you are in a co-main event slot, right? I mean,
yeah.
Does that like kind of give you like, oh, the company must believe in me if they're putting me here? They must think I'm somebody.
I mean, that's a good way to think of it. I mean, I thought it was kind of funny. I feel like there's some people that might be a little more deserving, but screw it. I'm here, I'm here to fight. I'm here to be the co-main.
That's funny. So when you found out, you weren't like pounding your chest like, you're damn right I'm in the co-main.
Honestly, I was just waiting for it to like change. I was like, I'm sure one of these days it's gonna like I'll be back to like a normal fight, not the co-main. But if it sticks, it sticks.
That's awesome. What do you think about Nick as an opponent, right? He's just had the one fight in the UFC. I mean, had you seen stuff outside? Did you judge him from that? What do you think of him?
Yeah, I like him. I think he's got a good skill set. He seems to be well-rounded. And he's 7-0. He's a winner. He fought from heavyweight. He competes in grappling matches. He figures out ways to win, So fighting a winner is always hard, He's got to figure out a way to beat him.
There was obviously so much expectations on you, right? From the time you got in, it felt like there was also. I mean, do you feel like you want to win here and like recapture that hype, or is it more like maybe you don't need that hype? Maybe it's okay to kind of just do what you do.
I think that's kind of funny because I never really felt like I had a lot of hype on me. I still feel so green to the sport, but I'm growing every day. And honestly, I don't even remember what you just asked. I just kind of blacked out there.
Well, I guess you didn't feel like the hype, because I thought maybe like it was a thing where like there was almost too much pressure on you or whatever, because everybody was like, oh, this is the next guy right here, this is the next guy. So I'm just wondering, like, do you want people to say that about you again, or is it just like maybe you didn't even feel it?
Yeah, I mean, shoot, I would like anything nice to be said about me. Anything nice and good, I'm grateful for.
Last thing for you, what kind of fight do we see here? I mean, is this something where you want to go in and get these quick finishes that you're capable of, or do you feel like it's a fight that you're probably going to have to grind out for 15 minutes? What do you want to see here?
I'm going out there to be the best Puna anyone's ever seen. That's my goal for every fight, to be the best Puna anyone's ever seen. I'm here to put it on them from start to finish, every second of the fight. Easy. Nice.
Appreciate it.
Так. Okay, no, just check.
We'll just say, fighting again here in Las Vegas, I wanted to ask if he enjoys that or if it's a difficult challenge having to travel all this way to compete.
Шавкат, поединок в Вегасе, для тебя как это? Ты наслаждаешься этим или же это для тебя сложно, вот эти все перелеты? И...
Думаю, каждый бой это сложность, но мы сюда приходим не отдыхать, именно в бой. За это у нас все равно по-другому чувствую.
So he think that every fight is hard, you know, and we came here not for enjoying, like, you know, we came for fighting, so we need to be ready for this.
Very nice. How much time does he spend training in Florida? Is it a full camp or a couple of weeks only? And what's that experience like?
Твои сборы, которые прошли во Флориде, в Сэнфорде, это была часть подготовки или сколько ты недель подготавливался и как все прошло?
Не, в принципе, основной подготовкой в Казахстане сделали мы с своей командой, получается. Мы только приехали в Сэнфорд, чтобы акклиматизация проходить, чтобы и поспарринговаться там с хорошими бойцами вот, за этого.
Actually, we did the training camp, main training camp in Kazakhstan, my home country. We did the good work in Sanford too, but we came to Florida for like acclimatization, and then the sparring. The sparring time is the main, you know.
Nice. What is life like back home? I mean, now that he's 2-0 in the UFC, undefeated, is he getting famous at home? Is life changing a little bit? What's that like for him?
Как ты оценишь вообще, что вот ты сейчас боец, у тебя рекорд 2-0 UFC, непобежденный, и ты заметил, что, может, ты стал популярнее у себя дома? И как вообще ощущения у тебя?
Ощущение, конечно, хорошо, когда ты выигрываешь, у тебя начинается популярность, конечно, расти. Я этому готов, в принципе, этому популярности, этому суету, получается. Я иду, чтобы, иншаллах, привести Казахстан пояс.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel it like everything going higher. That the media focus on me right now. But you know, I'm ready for this too because I know my goals and I'm ready for this too. If you want to go too high, you need to be ready for this too.
Yeah. Does it bring any increased pressure right now? Because I do feel a lot of people are talking about him and say, you know, maybe future champion. Does he feel pressure because of that?
Ты вообще, в принципе, давление чувствуешь, что вот все хотят тебя видеть чемпионом, что все как бы, сколько, ну, в Казахстане, тем более, сколько болельщиков все, да, за тобой следят, ты это чувствуешь вообще как бы?
Да, конечно, чувствуется, они верят, конечно, в меня, ну, я стараюсь, что в моих руках, иншаллах, сделаем, что возможность до последнего вздоха, до последнего круга.
So he said that, yeah, I feel the pressure, but you know, because I know that I'm fighting and people support me too, but believe me, I will do all my best what I can. And he said, till my last breath, yeah, I'll do my best.
Very nice. Talk about Carlston as an opponent. What does he think of him as a fighter? Does he do anything special or challenging as an opponent?
Да, вопрос о твоем сопернике, Карлстон. Что вообще ты думаешь в плане оппозиции тебе? Что, может, какие-то специальные какие-то к нему будешь готовиться, что-то особенное? Что скажешь вообще о нем?
Ну, каждый соперник по-своему особенный. Карлстон тоже неплохой, хороший боец. Ну, конечно, 2 боя UFC выиграет досрочно. Это тоже того же уровень. Но думаю, я покажу свой, как обычно, в своей манере. Как обычно, чтобы я туда выйду, чтобы выиграть бой.
So, yeah, exactly. The Carlston is a skilled fighter, and he too have 2 wins, as I know, and but I'm here for victory, so I'll step into octagon to getting this, and only the fight can show. I'll do my best as usual.
Yes. A win here. Does he feel like a ranked opponent should be next, or does he feel that's too soon in his career and wants to move slowly, or does he feel like, yeah, we go into the rankings next?
Как ты думаешь вообще, вот, ну, этот поединок и в целом ты в рейтингах готов пойти вперед, или ты как хочешь помедленнее, пока свою карьеру не разгонять, или ты уже готов ворваться в топы?
Да, в принципе, я уже готов. Топ-10, топ-15, смело. Ну, мне же не дадут сейчас топ-3 или топ-5, наверное. Ну, поверь, возможность, буду стараться топ-15, топ-10 заходить в этом году, иншаллах.
So mentally, I'm ready for this. I'm ready for top 15, top 10. But the thing is, anyway, this is up the UFC bosses. So, but in mentally, in general, I'm ready for this. Yeah, exactly.
Nice. Last question for me. What does he expect to see here? I mean, is this another finish, or is this finally somebody going to take him to the judge's decision and he's prepared for that? How does this fight go?
Ну, вопрос, так, последний вопрос от меня. Как вообще ты думаешь, поединок хочется, как сложится, или вообще, что ты думаешь, опять очередной финиш будет, или все-таки до судей доведешь?
Да, не знаю, но самое главное, я говорил, мне надо бой выйти, выиграть, но ну, посмотрим там, если соперник где-то какую-то ошибку допустит, я постараюсь использовать и досрочно закончить этот бой.
I'm ready for any case of the fighting, how it will going, but the thing is, if I see any mistake of my opponent, I'll get it. So, but not something special preparing, you know. Thank you. Yeah.
A professional translator over there, man. You have a new job.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. So,
So how did this all come together? It's been a quick couple of days?
Yeah, pretty much. I found out yesterday about 1:30. I just had lunch with some friends and my wife and kids, and they called. And I had asked for it kind of like last week to my manager, like, you haven't really been training that much. And I was like, Yeah, kind of. You know, I like to keep it pretty low key. So, but I told him I wanted to fight. Explained to him some other things, and called me yesterday at 1:30. Asked if I still wanted it, and I was like, yes, sir. So here I am in Vegas, like 30 minutes ago.
You literally like just landed?
Yeah, like I think like 11:30, 11:45. I don't even know what time it is. I don't know what's going on, to be honest. All I can tell you is that I'm fighting Saturday, and I got to be at 2:06 on Friday. That's all I know.
That's amazing. So you said, you talked about some other things. So I'm just curious, like, obviously motivation is money, right? You're supporting a family, but was there more to it than that, than just, I need to get a paycheck?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I always come to fight. I always come to win. I never plan on losing. I don't think anyone ever does. Obviously, it probably is in the back of all our minds because someone's got to win and someone's got to lose. But at the end of the day, I'm coming to fight. I'm coming to get, bad taste out of my mouth from the last outing. And, yeah, obviously to make money for my family. New house, kids, it ain't cheap. So got to do something for them.
The last one, as you said, man, I know it seemed like especially frustrating for you. What lessons do you take out of that?
I mean, honestly, I just got caught. Like, I feel I was winning the fight. Literally, I personally haven't seen any one person saying that I lost the first round except for the judges, which is very scary. I can break it down to anyone exact for how I feel and how it's supposed to judge, because when I'm at home, I judge fights. So that part's scary to me. But, yeah, I feel I just got caught. There was a lot of things behind the scenes, but I'm not a guy to make excuses whatsoever. He caught me. He was a better man that night. It is what it is.
205, clearly, late notice. Does that change anything, you think, in terms of strategy, feel? I guess not having to cut weight will be great. Or are you still cutting weight?
A little bit.
Okay.
Maybe 3, 4, maybe at the max 5 pounds. But I usually stay low when I'm at home. Not really hungry a whole lot if I'm not training a lot. A lot of cardio-based stuff, or try to. Just been healing and everything like that from the long year last year. So hasn't been a whole lot of stuff going on at home, but I feel good. It's crazy how it happened, because I went to Sanford last week to train for the week to help some teammates, and felt phenomenal, which is why I was like, man, I'll take that fight when I found out that my teammate was hurt. And then it just all transpired to where it was, instead of knowing about it Saturday, we found out about it, Tuesday? I don't even know what today is. I'm so lost. I'm like, everything's going on. We were supposed to close on a house yesterday, and that didn't happen. And then there's a lot of things going on in just life in general right now. So I don't know what's going on. I'm just here to throw down with Sam and hopefully get a win.
Just to help you, it's Wednesday and it's 1:10 p.m. So
thank you.
There you go. So what do you think about Sam as an opponent? Obviously a guy that's been around forever. So do you take the game plan that your teammate was using, or is it just a guy you've probably seen so much of, like how he's going to fight? Like, how do you prep for it in this short period?
I don't even know what my teammate's game plan was, to be honest with you. For me, I'm just going to go out there and do me. I've watched this guy fight for many years. I feel like I think I was 18, 19 years old since I was watching him fight. So I've watched him fight so many times, and I've obviously rewatched some video. And I'm honored to be able to do this and fight such a veteran like him. I've always wanted to test the waters at 205 to see how it felt without cutting weight. Obviously, a little bit more of a notice for just 100% confidence, but it's a fight. I'm a fighter. Fighters fight. And a lot of people are like, oh, you're badass for doing this or whatever. But for me, I'm still cut from that old cloth, where I grew up with guys that just, when you want to fight, you fight. And I'm pretty good at it. So it puts food on the table for my family. And I'm just ready to go out there and have some fun with Sam, man. I'm excited to have this experience with him.
Yeah. So anybody watching this, they might be like, that dude is completely unprepared right now. Like, is that fair to say that? Or is it like, nah, man, it may seem like that, but come on, I'm always training, I'm good. Or is it like, you don't even know what the hell is going to happen on Saturday?
I hope my hand gets raised. I just know I'm technically sound. Obviously, when I'm 100% prepared and have a full camp, to train for just one opponent. I'm a scary guy. I clown guys when I do that. So, I don't know what's going to happen. I feel like that's where the ease comes for me. It's just like, even though people on the betting odds are expecting me to win, there's a lot of people that are like, oh shit, like, he hasn't done nothing. He hasn't really been training. He's basically coming off the couch. This guy's been training for months now. So it's up to me to go in there and control my emotions, control my actions, and be 100% focused. For whatever reason, maybe I wasn't focused on the last one. Like I said, there's a lot of back actions, and it is what it is. But I'm pretty damn focused right now. Even though it's such short notice, I'm just focused on me, and I know I can flip that switch when it's time and just focus on the fight. And I know what I bring to the table, and just hopefully my body comes with it.
Nice. Last thing for me, everything goes right. You get your hand raised on Saturday night. Is there a Sean Strickland call out afterwards, or how does that work?
Nah, man. We kind of squashed it. He come up to me and apologized to me before I fought, the day that I fought Chris. Of course, I'd like to fight him again. Of course, I'm crazy in my head probably. People say what they want, but I feel I'm better than him. It was just his night. Same thing for Chris. I got caught. Both of them got caught, which is crazy. First times I've ever been TKO'd, and it was here in the UFC, and it's to guys that I was like, man, there's no way. If you would have asked me, I'd be like, you're tripping, man. That's never going to happen. And so it's I grow a lot mentally from it, but like I just want to go out there, get the W, and get back home, enjoy some things, and then hopefully fight again in June, maybe worst case July. But I work with Dominance now. I just signed with Dominance and Ali. So for me, I'm putting all my chips in that basket. I'm gonna let Ali pick whatever route he feels I can go. For me, signing with him was saving me for me, because I'm the kind of guy I'll fight anyone. It doesn't matter to me if you're the champion or if you're the lowest guy on the totem pole. Obviously, I want the high. Like, I'm the kind of guy I want the best guys. I don't want the lower level fights. It's just something about those that make me hungry, make me a little nervous, and I fight pretty damn well when I'm a little nervous. I won't tell anyone, but I'm a little nervous sometimes. But I like those fights. I don't like the fights where I'm super confident and like I'm gonna walk through this guy, because those are the ones I end up losing for some reason. So, yeah, no Sean Strickland call out. I know I'm a ways away from that anyway right now after this last one. But for me, it's just getting wins and not letting people build off of me, especially when it's just not the best me. So it's just being the best me. Thank you all.
But Sean, I mean, just how difficult was it, man, mentally, I guess, you know, not being able to compete and kind of close out the tournament? How tough was that for you?
Man, it was difficult, but I got through it, you know. And I had to get that surgery, and I had to do what I had to do, man, because I didn't want it to be an underlying issue later in my career. So I just got it operated on. And I'm happy for Bryan and Gilbert, you know. He got to celebrate his victory while he did, but now it's time for me to take what's mine.
I like it. Smart decision, it seems like. Was it one that you had to be talked into, or did you think, like, did you know right away, like, this is bad enough, I can't compete, or were you like, no, I can do this, and somebody had to talk you out of it?
Like, it felt pretty bad in practice. It was bothering me since the show. It was tore on the show, and, like, it kept, like, locking on me and stuff, so I didn't want it to, like, lock out on me in the fight. So I just went ahead and I got it done, man. I did what I did. I'm happy with that decision. And I plan on making an incredible comeback, a more impressive comeback than the show in this next fight.
I love it. Did you watch the finale, or did you like, I can't watch it?
I watched it, man. I saw Gilbert and Bryan duking it out, you know. Two warriors in there, two great fighters. Nothing. I don't got anything bad to say about them. But they weren't fighting me. So, I mean, like, and no, I don't feel like this is for the tough title because Bryan won that, man. He won that fair and square. I got injured. It's not his fault that I got injured. You know, he did his job and he showed up, and that's, you know, he won it. So they need to go ahead and give that man the respect as the tough champion. But at the same time, I'm gonna be champion of the world. So he could have it. He could have that title because I want that belt, man. I want to be champion of the world. I want them all to respect my name. Nobody really knows me right now, but one day they all gonna know me as the greatest in Jesus' name.
That's awesome, man. That's respectful of you to say that. I'm curious, even though you say, hey, give him his respect, he is the tough champion, was it still important that this was the fight that got made? Like, was there something for you that, like, I need that closure, I need to show that I would have won if I was there?
Man, me and Bryan were supposed to fight like 3 damn times already, like on the regional circuit. So it's like, yeah, like this fight needs to happen. I need to show him he's not better than me because he thinks he is, and his team, they sleep on me. I'm tired of that shit. You know, I'm going to show them that I'm on another level. And my coaches, my team, they know I'm on another level. So I'm just ready to just go in there and display my talent. And I remember one time we got offered $600 to fight in Derek Brunson's promotion. And like, Bryan didn't take the fight because they didn't want to accept that amount of money. But I was ready to fight for that shit because I knew where it was going to get us ultimately, you know? And but we're here now. We're here now, and it wasn't meant. Now we get to fight live on the fight night on the main card. So look at God, man. It's all him. I wouldn't be here without him.
That's awesome. So what's your goal? I mean, you're talking about obviously championship aspirations and where you plan to be. So are you looking at this fight as like, I got to go in here and make a statement and let the world, you know who I am right away? Or is it more just let me just get a win, get my feet wet, start making a run? I mean, how are you viewing this fight?
I mean, of course, like I feel a little pressure to make a statement, but at the same time, it's like I'm just like, the win is the win. You know, like I'm not gonna go in there. Fighters that put pressure on themselves, they go in there and they wing all these punches and like wing kicks and just be in there throwing their blows and gassing themselves out. And like me, I just want to go in there and I'm gonna go in there and be calculated, strategic, accurate, fast. And, like, he not going to be able to deal with my speed. That's the main thing that's going to throw him off is my speed. And I'm just ready to get in there and do it. It's easy to say what you're going to do. But, man, with God on my side, all things are possible. All things are possible. Philippians 4:13, look it up. Even y'all sit in y'all position because of the grace of God. So, I mean, like, I'm going to keep winning because of him. And come Saturday, I'm going to display that I'm the best.
Very nice. Last thing for me, knowing that this is a fight that you've kind of almost had, prepared for. I mean, it's an opponent you're very familiar with by this point. What kind of fight do you think we see? Is this something where you can go get done something impressively? Or do you feel like this is going to be a 15-minute battle you're going to have to gut through? What kind of fight do you think we see?
I see myself knocking him out in the first, but if I don't knock him out in the first, like, I see myself knocking him out in the second or third because I got the conditioning. Thanks to my coach, Light Work Bodies. Look it up. Light Work Bodies, the best in the game, best strength and conditioning out there. and I feel like my condition's up there to either beat him in a decision or win by knocking him out. But I'm thankful to get a win either way. Like I just want to win and just keep moving forward, and that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna win, and much respect to him after, much respect to him after we fight. I hope he goes on and gets some wins and stuff, but he's not beating me, man. I done sacrificed too much. I done been praying too hard, man. I done been trusting in God for all this long time, and ain't nothing changing. He gonna give me the grace and mercy to do it again, even more impressively.
Thank you very much.
Good?
At this point in your career, you've done everything, but I mean, this has been quite the roller coaster over the last couple of days, right? What's it been like for you?
Oh my goodness! Yeah, you say we've been here a minute or two. I was listening to Brandon talk, and he made me feel so old. So I've been watching this guy since, man, I have been doing it for a minute. But yeah, shoot, about 12, 13 hours ago, I got word that Phil is out. Oh, 2 days ago, I got word Phil was out. About 12, 13 hours ago, I got word that Brandon's in. And before Phil, it was Ian. So it's been like 10 fights since I've had the guy I was supposed to fight show up on fight day. So we were kind of expecting it, or willing to accept it, knowing it could happen.
So when you knew Phil was out, I know you posted on social media, you're like, hey, this fight's off. I mean, were you still in your mind hoping like maybe they'll find me somebody, or had you kind of like flipped a switch because I think, I'm going to go home and see my kids?
Yeah, I was ready to go home and see my kids. Not many people accept fights on a week's notice. Brandon is a man, a king among men. I'm so happy he stepped up. I wish he was worse, so it'd be a little easier fight for me, but it is what it is. I kind of figured what was going to happen was I was going to get a fight a month from now or 3 weeks from now, maybe next week. I thought that might happen, but I was already booking my ticket home to see my family.
So what do you have to do mentally to get yourself right back in the right spot, right? Because I feel like this is such a mental game to be like kind of switched off that like I'm out to now switch back on that I'm in a cage fight. Is that tough to do?
Yeah, a buddy of mine had an analogy for it, and he said, so you're planning a fishing trip, and it's like a month and a half out. You're planning it. You've got everything booked. You pack the boat. You drive up north just to get up there and find out you forgot your motor. Or your motor's broken. It's like, oh man, you're just kind of pissed and angry, even though it's not really anyone's fault. So yeah, I went through all of that, and then I was back on board. It's fighting. It's what I like to do. It's if I can go into any gym in this country, in this world, and compete with whoever they've got. So this is going to be a paid sparring session. I'm going to go out there and get paid to do what I love doing.
I like it. So you were listening to Brendan. I'm curious, what did you make of his whole? Because we were kind of laughing after he left. But like he made the best case against himself ever. He's like, I don't know what day it is. I don't even know what's going on. Did it make you kind of laugh a little bit? Did it make you think like, hey, maybe you know?
You know, it's funny. I've been there. I believe he just had a kid like 5 months ago or 6 months ago too. So I've been there. Yes, I've been there for a minute now. And I just bought a house too. Also, it closed. And I know how exhausting it is closing on houses. Good God, I feel sorry for him for that. I'm remodeling a house. So I bought a house in Tennessee. We've been remodeling it. Don't ever do that. Just buy finished. Yeah, don't go my route. Learn from my. So hopefully, whatever he ends up getting is his perfect house, and he doesn't have to do much to it.
205. I mean, was that more because of him, or did it work for you too? I mean,
no. It works. I'd fight Nagano if they needed me to. I really hope they don't need me to, but I mean, you know me. It doesn't matter what weight class. So they called and said, "Hey, Brandon will take it, but at 205." And so, all right, I'll cut less weight this time.
You know, obviously you said this is what you love to do, right? But I mean, you've expressed some frustration over some of your fights with judging, and the last one was kind of a weird one. I mean, has any of that love waned a little bit? Like, is there any frustration or hatred towards the sport?
No, not even a little bit. Towards the judges, maybe. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of many of them. I should probably start talking nicer about them, though. I mean, I think they don't like redheads. I think that's what it is. So dye my hair or something by Saturday.
Yeah, maybe that's the opposite approach. Just praise them all the time, and then they'll
praise them all. They're the greatest. I love them.
All right. Well, last thing for me. I mean, what do you expect with this fight? I mean, it is such a weird circumstances. You know. I mean, is it like, gosh, this is the one I got to pick up a win right now because I feel like, you know, my future is on the line? Is this just like, hey, let's just go have fun and do what we do, get a fight of the night? I mean, what does this fight represent to you?
But you know, as I was joking earlier, I wish Brandon was worse so I'd have an easier fight. He's good. He is. I've seen all of his fights. Even the ones he loses, he was winning. He really is a stud. This is a fight that will be fight of the night. It's got the potential to be. It will be. I do understand where I am in my career right now. I love the sport. I'm not crazy about the judges, but I have to go out there, bite down on my mouth guard, and try real hard to hit him. Or maybe take him down if he's watching. Perfect. Absolutely, guys.
Julian, obviously, last one out, a big win over a recognizable name, a guy that had a lot of respect. Did that feel like a special win for you?
Yeah, Jourdain was coming with a lot of hype, even though he's, I think at the time, like 2-2. But he had some really tough fights against some really tough dudes, and he came out on top a couple times against guys that you might not think he was going to do that too. I think the Korean Superboy was the big one, right? And so when people beat certain people, you kind of level them up to that. So going into that fight, I was worried that he had the abilities to beat me, but at the same time, he's like 25, and I'm like, man, I'm 32 years old. I've been doing this for a long time. I can't let this kid come in here and beat me, even though I was the one kind of going in there because it was short notice for me.
What do you point to? I mean, obviously the run that you're on, I know you had the one setback, but I mean, it's been a great stretch of your career, right? I mean, is it the experience? Is it something that you changed? I mean, what is it that everything seems to be clicking now?
Yeah, I don't know. I think the first, I was 1-1 in the UFC a long time ago, around the Ultimate Fighter, and then I ran into a 0-3 run. But if you look at those three guys, I took the Devontae Smith up a weight class against a guy who had 8 knockouts, and he was like 8-1 at the time, and got knocked out. And I took that short notice, like it was a 10-day fight or 10-day notice fight. And then the next guy was Grant Dawson, who, if you look at him, he's like undefeated in the UFC, and he moved up a weight class now. And so, and I had, there were some circumstances on that fight as well, physically for me. But and then I fought Julio Arce, who's beat some of the best. I mean, he has a win over Dan Ige. He moved down a weight class. But these guys are no slouches. So I went 0-3 against really tough dudes, and I also thought I was winning that fight with Julio Arce until I got knocked out. So I don't think it was any kind of problems that I was having. I think it was just the competition was really good, and I never had really game plan fights. I just kind of go in there. I know how to fight. I just go in there and just let the fight happen. And I think in those fights, I did that too much. The last few fights, the Sean Woodson fight was obviously a short notice fight too. But even in that short notice, I had more of a game plan going into that fight than some of my other fights previously. So I think just game planning and kind of training smarter as well. I used to go spar and just beat the dog shit out of my training partners. We'd both get in and get out and feel like we did more than a fight because we just beat each other up so much. And so I've kind of toned that back down a little bit and been a little bit more intimate with my sparring. Instead of having a bunch of different sparring partners and my coaches trying to watch me on a huge mat with a bunch of other fighters, we go in a little early, we get a cage. I do 3 rounds with the same guy so I can I can adjust in between rounds instead of having just a fight, So I think just more of that specific training.
Before you started on this run, right? I mean, had you started thinking about like, what else is there? It's like, do I have other skills that I can make a living at, or like, what was it?
Yeah, I went to college for a couple of years. I was, I was going towards the road of being an accountant. My mom's an accountant, so I was gonna do the same thing. And then got into fighting, turned professional, and decided, hey, I can be a professional now as a fighter. I can't be a professional fighter when I'm 40. I could be an accountant when I'm 40, so I can do those things later down the line. But yeah, you financially start thinking about these things. I'm married. I'm 32. We're thinking about having a kid soon, so it's like, I can't just be pushing this hobby above, making a financial, situation for my family. So right before that, I was thinking, maybe there's Bellator, maybe there's these other big organizations I can maybe slide into there. But I was coming off a 3-fight losing streak. So I just told myself, you know what, if I got to go back to these regional shows, maybe I will, I'm just going to train my ass off and I'm going to beat the dog crap out of these guys. And if I'm going to have to do that, I'm going to do the best of my abilities. So I was training my butt off, fighting Sean Woodson, 3-day notice. It was 3-day notice, but it was kind of like a 5-week camp, And so, because I put myself through it, I made sure I was in shape in case this was going to happen. And my manager was on top of me doing that as well, saying that, hey, you might get an opportunity. And I was thinking, I'm 1-4 in the UFC. There's no way they're going to call me. He's like, I'm telling you, man, Sean likes you. Let's get you, if you're ready, you're in Vegas, you have your medicals done, you're in shape, you can make the weight. They're going to slide you in. There's a lot of people falling out of these cards with the whole COVID back then. So luckily for me, I think I was like the 3rd week in a row, and I was like on a list of like 3 guys, each week, and they would pass on me, and then they actually passed on me with the Sean Woodson fight. They went with Daniel Pineda, and then but I think he said that he was going to fail the COVID testing or something, and so I was actually the second or the third choice or whatever it was, and luckily for me, I was able to capitalize on that. And then yeah, like you said, besides the Doo Ho Choi fight, 3 out of 4 has been really great, and 2 of them short notice. And the Doo Ho Choi was a bit of a lapse in judgment on where I should have kept the fight, but no. And besides that, I'm happy even with those 4 fights.
Nice. I guess is life a lot better right now than it was maybe 2 years ago?
Oh, 100%. Me and my wife, during the COVID, we had moved from our house into an apartment, and we said, hey, let's just save money and let's try to, let's do this and this and this. And literally, we had moved June, and I think I fought Sean Woodson June 22nd or something. So, and I got a bonus on that fight. So we went from, minus, $10,000, $15,000 in credit card debt, just all these things, to making close to 80 grand that night, and was able to pay off a bunch of stuff and put some money in the bank, and then getting a win over Nate Landwehr in the way I did, and then also obviously with the Jourdain and getting another good finish over him. And it's not even the money, it's just just understanding that I like, when you fight, you're like, man, I deserve to be in the UFC, I deserve to be here, and then you get there and you fail sometimes, and it's just like it can be a big mental frustration. And so for me, just getting back to where I feel like I belong, you're gonna win some, you're gonna lose some, but I feel like I should be winning more than I'm losing, and I wasn't doing that, and I still don't have it. I'm 4-5 in the UFC, so I'm hoping to get a win over Peterson and even that out at the very least.
Nice. Peterson doesn't seem to like you very much. You said you were trolling him a little. Were you sliding in his DMs or?
Yeah, for sure. The whole situation with that, it was, I fought Choi and lost, and I was just looking at featherweights. I was writing down a list of names of guys that would be good opponents for me, and not necessarily just good opponents. I was looking for exciting guys, and Peterson's one of those guys. Caceres is one of those guys. These type of guys is what I'm looking for. And Jourdain was one of those guys. I just got lucky that I was able to slide in short notice with him, and. But with Choi, I lost with Choi, and I was looking for guys to fight. And Peterson had just beat Huber, and had called out Nate Landwehr. And I was all like, oh, that's cool, that'll be a good fight. And then I had looked on UFC News Alerts a few days later, and Landwehr got booked up. And so I'm like, well, shoot, if Landwehr's booked up, then maybe Peterson will fight me. So I called out, so I just DM'd him. And I was like, hey, man, October, November, December, whatever month you want, if you were willing to fight, I'd be willing to do it. I got respect for you or whatever. It was a nice DM. It wasn't anything, I wasn't trolling him, I wasn't talking shit, I wasn't doing anything like that. Just completely ignored me, and I was like, all right, well, maybe he doesn't want to fight. And then I had posted on my Instagram another nice post. It was like, hey, UFC, maybe book this fight. And I tagged him in it, just ignored me. And then I'm like, you know what? And my manager was all like, yeah, maybe he just doesn't want to fight you or whatever the situation is. I'm like, well, I guess you gotta start trolling people maybe. And maybe that's how you gotta do it. So I had posted on some of his things, and I don't know time-wise when that was, but then I ended up getting the Jourdain fight, so I was like, I completely forgot about Peterson. And then I fought Jourdain, and then they asked me to fill in again, short notice against Mike Trevino, who's fighting on the same card. Wasn't able to do it. My shin was pretty messed up from the fight, so I had to heal up, but I completely forgot about Peterson. Then my manager called me, and he's like, how much do you love me? And I'm like, well, Jason, of course I love you, man. You're back in the UFC. You've done everything for me. And he's like, well, we got the Peterson fight February 5th, which was 4 months from when he had told me. So I was like, not super happy with the length of the camp, but was happy I got the fight that I was asking for earlier. But then he wants to go say I was, talking shit and that I'm a weirdo and this and that. But I was just looking for a fight, and I was being respectable about it. And I was only trolling him because he completely ignored me, and I thought that was kind of disrespectful. If someone DM'd me about a fight, even if he would have told me, hey, man, it doesn't work good for my time, it doesn't work, my coach doesn't think it's a good fight, I wouldn't have posted that. I wouldn't have said a word to anybody. Like I'm just not a call out kind of guy, and so the fact that he thinks that I'm like some asshole for doing that, just it's confusing to me.
Last thing for me, I guess, knowing that this is a fight that you wanted because you were looking for exciting fights, is that what you're anticipating? I mean, do you feel this is going to be a fight of the night type fight, or do you feel like given all that's transpired, now you want to go in there and like finish him and destroy him?
Oh, I'm never thinking about round to round. I'm always thinking finish. I don't like to go to the scorecards. If you look at my record, my finish rate's pretty high, and it's almost, identical with submissions and knockouts. So I'm always looking for a finish, and that has nothing to do with, any animosity or, respect or whatever the situation is. I'm going to go in there and fight to my abilities. But he is one of those guys that presses forward, can take damage, seems to have a chin on him, and he gets a little crazy sometimes, and he's tough and he's durable, and I think I bring the same kind of attributes to the fight as well, and am willing to press the action and see where it goes. I don't think either one of us necessarily care on shooting a shot. I think we're just gonna, stand in the pocket and swing. So, I'm looking forward to it. We good to go? Oh, thank you guys.